Okay, sound on, working, good. Let me check something. See here. Okay, so the sound. Okay, good. All right, let's go to desktop. Wait a second. Oh, ah, whoop. I have a thing now. I cover the camera just in case, even though when you're not on webcam, of course, it's not going to show. Let's refresh that and then go to chat. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, I cover my camera just in case something could turn it on, which is highly unlikely, but you know, just to make things doubly sure, because this is this is technically still in my bedroom here. So, uh, anywho, okay, so I am back and see something here. Okay, so yesterday, as far as the game goes, I was working on the um, I was trying to work on building up a process here. Uh, to come up with stuff to put in these cards that I connect to. So here you are, and then of course I used Grok and had it create prompt for ChatGPT. Eventually, I kept going back to Grok, and then I kept refining it, and then to something I was kind of happy with. And then yesterday, I came back and realized maybe I wanted more specific, a little bit more refined or whatever. And so I went to Grok again. I was hoping to get it to uh, craft another prompt so I could feed it into ChatGPT, but instead it basically refined on the process. So I mean that's okay, whatever, right? Um, so now I still have to. Let me see something here. Watch. Yeah, look exactly equidistant. It kind of doesn't matter. I'm just fooling around with it. Um, anyways, I'm not gonna worry about saving that until I actually have something to save. Okay, so basically, I created these. Okay, so each of these rooms, I'm just gonna call them rooms, even though they're just pages. You know, like the 1K would be an actual room in a regular game, and but this uses many pages to do that. Um, I'll be worrying about the layout tool in the second half, like usual. So at around 2 o'clock my time, which is approximately 2.5 hours from now. You know, after my break, after I come back from my break, I'll deal with the layout thing. I was still kind of trying to discuss that with Grok to figure out what the best approach to doing that is, and I still might have the same approach, and I still might decide. I don't know how long the layout tool is going to take, so it might take, it might take all the rest of the time that I'm working on the game here. But if it ends up being quicker, then I might collapse some of these things back into loops. Because if I do loops, that means they're a little bit more simplified, a little less files to work with. It does mean that I'll have to merge a few things, and I'll have to you know like reorganize a few things. So that could be a hassle, but it might not be a hassle. Um, it also means though that there's a less chance of depending on the path you take, that the text will be a little bit different. And by different, I don't mean vastly different in like setup and stuff. Like if you go to a room and it has certain items in it, it should still be consistent. It should still have the same items, same configuration. In other words, kind of the same text, but I can flavor it a little bit differently. I can emphasize something a little bit differently, just as long as the placement of items in the room, and by placement I mean it's all text anyways, but I mean logical placement, story placement, or however you want to say it, where things are logically in a room. You know, if the desk is underneath the a window, um, opposite the door, I can't put it next to the door the next time you encounter the room. So uh, I would have to let that remain the same. But um, maybe in one part I can emphasize the fact that the window's nice and large and you can see everything out there. Uh, or I can emphasize the how neat the desk is or something. And even now, of course, this isn't technically a different time period. In other words, you go to explore the caves, you can explore them in any order, but relatively speaking, there it's at the generally the same time. Not the exact same time. Obviously, if I go into one room, I spend 30 minutes, and then I go in the next room, it's 30 minutes later. But in general, things won't have changed, um, the, even if you go different orders each time. And then, of course, once we get if we come back to the same cave later on in the story, which we probably won't hear, but if we did, you could you could make things a little bit differently because it's like a different time of day in story time. So, um, anyways, if I'm able to do the looping now, I can physically do the looping right now. I can make it loop, and you'll have lines in odd places and whatever um, here, but that also means instead of um, I just have just the three rooms to explore. So it wouldn't have 15 cards. It would have or 15 rooms or 15 pages. It would have 3 pages, and that kind of simplifies things a little bit. So I might do that. I'm still deciding. I still have to decide how to handle loops though, or how to handle the thing. What I might do is not worry about the fact that the lines cross over, because like you've seen Twine, and Twine has lines that cross and stuff. But the big deal about the Twine is that all the uh, all the room boxes are drawn over the top of the lines. That can help. And then the other thing can be if uh, if it needs to um, if it needs to go above. In other words, if the door, how do I say it? If the inbound is actually above the door, so this deal up here um, is above the door. Okay, well here, let's see. Let me actually let's zoom out here. Deal. Here, let's move this. There we go. Let's move this straight up and down like so. Okay. So these two here. So if this has a door that leads to back to this one, so right. So really, what it would do is it would cross over up here, like like it would almost straight up here, but this yellow line would cross over the top. But what I might do is um, based on where they're at. So in other words, if this inbound on this one is above this outbound, this door here, then I might have like a line segment that goes up here a little ways up here, and a line here that goes downwards a little bit, and then where the line will cross, the two endpoints will actually be away from the thing, so that way you can kind of see like where it goes, right? And that way I don't really have to do pathing. Well, let's just say it's these two, door and inbound, right? And actually, the inbound is going to be this first one, so it's actually going to be. It kind of depends on where it's at, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, the idea is to make sure that it's a ways before it crosses over, or where I don't mind if it crosses over, but where it's out away from the panel, so you can clearly see what goes to where. I might do something like that. Anyways, that's the stupid layout thing. I shouldn't be even worrying about that just a second. What I should be worrying about though is what I'm supposed to put in here. Okay, so let's see. Let's do this. Um, okay, that's the original text. I'm gonna leave that there just for the time being, until I'm completely satisfied with how the rest of this pans out. Then I'll probably delete it. Um, Chester lands at the base of Dragonmount, vast mountain range with an elaborate cave system underneath. In an attempt to locate three of his friends, he goes into the caves. Uh, if you wish to enter Glint's cave, you wish to call out Ember in front of her cave. If you wish to examine Shade's cave, okay. um, I don't know. Okay, so I don't know if I need anything extra other than that, because I could say, um, to the left is friend Glint's cave. To the right um, is Shade's tunnel. Maybe he lives in a tunnel. Maybe he doesn't live in a cave proper. Maybe it's like a side tunnel or something, a side chamber. So you know, Glitz cave. Ahead is Ember's chamber. Um, Now I could have an extensive map and stuff in here, but that kind of wouldn't serve the purpose. It would just add like a lot more rooms, a lot more cards on here, and it would just increase the complexity. But here's the thing. Now I could make this into a full-fledged regular choose your own adventure, and to do that, you require endings. You require things to, you know, multiple endings to happen, and bad ending, good ending. And actually, it requires a lot more writing. Like I have a main plot, and this main plot, as many rooms as it is, or as many pages as it is, this could be your main story arc, and this could be the good ending. The bad ending could be anywhere along the way. That requires extra writing. I don't have a problem with the extra writing per se, but considering my end goal is the end goal. The end goal is a fully interactive point and click adventure game, and that includes it has inventory, it has you know, there's puzzles in it, actual puzzles, and um, so it still lends itself to like okay, so like right now, if I continue the way I want to, when I get to the point of actually adding puzzles, I'll add puzzles into it, and that will be the only extra thinking I have to write about the story. With a choose your own adventure, if I do a full choose your own adventure, see how big this is. This is 95, 94 pages, and then I'm easily doing 5 to 10 pages extra in between those pages. This is where all the interactive stuff happens in between, essentially in between story beats. And in a in a full fledged regular game, regular text adventure, graphic adventure, whatever, you will have the puzzles, and so this will be like puzzle stuff. This isn't just like pages, right? If I make it a full fledged choose your own adventure, then pardon me, I don't like sneezing. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so in a regular choose your own adventure, that means I have to write extra story. That means I have to decide, okay, at what point does the person die, or does something bad happen to him? I have multiple characters, and so this is kind of it just means I have to do extra work for extra story to make it work as a full fledged choose your own adventure game. Like I said, I don't have a problem doing extra work. In fact, this is going to be a lot of work just doing this part, this stuff here. But the thing is my end goal is the point and click adventure. My end goal is not this choose your own adventure version. Um, so I'm kind of how to do it. I'm kind of doing it to where it favors my end result, right? Instead of being an end result of itself. It's true that this is going to be completely finished before I move on to the next phase. In other words, I'll be able to release it, you'll be able to experience it, which means you'll be able to read, and it's basically just reading like you read a book. But then you'll have these extra choices to make that you can make, and they won't dead end, they won't end abruptly. You won't get stuck or whatever. It'll just be you'll read it, and that's how you experience it. And so you might experience it slightly differently if you go in a different order in some of these choices. I just wanted to put the choices in here to make it feel more like a game, even though it's not really a game. It's more like an interactive storytelling, or I don't know how to say it. It's like you're still reading a linear book, but in this you have more agency in a way. Whereas a full choose your own adventure, like a regular one, um, you're gonna have choices that lead to a certain ending. Maybe you die, maybe you don't die, maybe you win, maybe you don't die but you don't win. You know, that sort of thing, right? And this is just gonna be more like a book. Um, Honestly, it'd be kind of interesting to actually write a book like this. That's a book. That's an actual book, but it's not an actual choose your own adventure either. All it is it provides decision points so that you experience the reading a bit differently. So each time you read it, you know, okay, so like you can reread a book, you can reread a choose your own adventure, and you make different choices, and the game ends up differently. You can read a book, and you can read it multiple times because you love the book, like Lord of the Rings. Chronicles of Narnia, I used to read that very frequently, even though I read the whole thing. I'd periodically, say once a year or maybe twice a year or something. Depends on, I don't remember exact frequency, if I had a frequency or not, but I read through the Chronicles of Narnia several times when I was a kid. And so you read them, and it's exactly the same narrative. You know, like you watch a movie twice, and it's just the same movie. But you like the movie so much that you watch it over again. Maybe you pick up different things, maybe you don't. It doesn't really matter. It's just the fact that you enjoy it, and so that's why you do it over again, right? regardless of appeal. It's like you used to play it. You play any game, and really I'm talking about action games, not even necessarily narrative ones, because narrative ones are more like books, sort of. But any arcade game, Super Mario Brothers, you play Super Mario Brothers or Sonic the Hedgehog, and it's different every time, right? You hit the things at different. It's not necessarily different every time. Like you can hit the exact same timing, and if you're really good, you get to a point of where you hit the timing the same every time. But in an action game, really is things kind of happen differently, right? Each time, you might be good at shooting bad guys in Doom or Duke Nukem 3D or or something or Halo, and but it might act a little bit differently the next time, even though it's the same places, the same amount of enemies, but their AI is maybe engineered to act a little bit differently each time. There's a little bit of randomization. There's a little bit of sometimes it picks one or the other, and maybe there's some sort of a fake fuzzy logic implemented to mimic a real human intelligence. You know, and I'm not talking about actual AI. I'm just talking about the thing in the game that tries to give you challenge, right? So that's a different. So you read a book so you can do a narrative. You play an action game because you like playing the action game. Um, so what I was just gonna say is, what if you wrote a book like this, like a choose your own adventure, but there's no endings. I mean, uh, there's no. It's just like one through line, but the choices affect how you experience certain events. The order you experience certain events and whatever. Sort of like I'm doing here. It might be a thing to try. And you wouldn't tout it as a game book. You tout it as a different way of storytelling, right? So it's just like a novel where you're reading forward the whole time, where your choices don't really matter, the decisions you don't matter. It just matters with how you experience it. You know, in Lord of the Rings, the books, um, the okay, so even in the movies, but the two things happen concurrently. Sam and Frodo go off towards Mount Doom, and Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas go after Merry and Pippin, and they go to fight for Helm's Deep, and you know a separate deal, right? And they lead the bad guys off and all this stuff. The two storylines kind of happen concurrently. So Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas um, is a separate story that happens at the same time in movie time or book time as Sam and Frodo going off to Mount Doom, right? So when you read it in the books, the book, right? It's supposed to be like one large book, essentially one big I don't know what you call it, but in 3 volumes. In each volume there's 2 books, and a lot of the time they happen concurrently. So you read one account of one set of heroes through the whole book, and then it switches to the next book, and you go to the next book, and now you're experiencing the other guys. You know, like when they break up from the Fellowship, right? When they break up the Fellowship, they split off, and then the book kind of does this too. The book has so it's got the 3 volumes. Fellowship, the Two Towers, and then Return of the King. But each of them are divided up into two separate books, and usually one group of characters are this way and one group of characters are this way, right? Now, typically you read it one right after the other. You read it in the order that it was printed in. But potentially speaking, you could swap them. You could read the other one first, and then this one, and potentially would still not would not what word am I looking for? Anyways, it wouldn't be incorrect. It wouldn't you wouldn't be it wouldn't be like reading it out of order. In other words, one doesn't depend on the other because they supposedly both happen at the same time. So you could read Following Aragorn or Following Frodo. You could read Following Frodo first and then Following Aragorn, or you could do it the other way around, and it wouldn't ruin your experience of the books. So that's what I'm saying. If you made a book like this, where it's still forward like a regular book, but it gives you choices like a Choose Your Own Adventure, but it's not a game like a Choose Your Own Adventure, it might be interesting. It might be actually fun to read a book like that. You know, actually be written in that way. So, it's just something I just thought of because of the way I'm doing this. The way I'm doing this is, none of these choices matter ultimately because I'm telling a story, right? I know you want to play a game, you want to have choices, you want to be able to hey, there's a Discord. Oh, Discord over here. Should put that over here. And I should also do that with IRC. IRC should be over there, but it's not. Okay. Anyways. So I was just thinking, this would be kind of interesting. You could write a book this ways, an actual print book, right? Where you can change to different pages. And the way this is set up, right? In here, there's not even a loop. I can do a loop in a book though, but here it's not even a loop. Here it's actually separate pages, right? So I could potentially emphasize one thing or another, just as long as it's still consistent with each other. In other words, Glint's Cave here is Glint's Cave over here is Glint's Cave over there. Um, so yeah, so that'd be interesting to actually create a book like this. I don't know what you call it though. You wouldn't call it Choose Your Own Adventure because you're not choosing the path it will go. You're just it's how you're experiencing it. Um, in fact, you could frame it in a fantasy context too. Saying that this tome is not it's not meant to be read in straight order. It's meant to be read in order prescribed, or in various order. Kind of set up the fact that um, it's still a narrative, still written down, but you can experience it slightly differently if you do this and the other thing. But anyways, so yeah, so potentially I could take these are the same rooms. Um, this is Glint's Cave, okay, and so you can explore Ember's Cave after Glint's Cave, but then you explore Shade's Cave, or you can explore Shade's Cave first and then Ember's Cave. And I could potentially put slightly different text in both of these, so that they feel a little bit different, even though they say pretty much the same thing. Um, anyways, I don't know. I guess I'm just ranting, and I'm kind of like doing stuff, and not actually actively working on the game like I'm supposed to be. But all this to say that these choices are to make it feel like you have a choice basically in it, and it's kind of necessary doing it this ways. Like I said, I can make a full choose your own adventure. What it means is I have to identify areas where um, where it takes the character off the path, or completely derails the story. If John can die, at some point, or is enslaved until all this is changed over or whatever, he's lost the game. You can say he's lost the game, and you have to go back through, and then you have to pick the right choice, right? So I'm just not doing that. I'm putting in choices to make it feel like you have a choice, I guess. I know it sounds kind of weird. It sounds like really I'm not letting you do anything. It's like, why make a game at all? Why not just write it as a book or a movie or something? And well, of course, my purpose here, of course, is to build on it to for the end result. But um, you'd be right in thinking, well, what's the point of doing that? Well, the point of me doing this is so I can have everything in place for when I do finish the game. Because first off is going to be these different pages, and then I'm going to do a reuse thing um, where you can come back and there are different choice sets. That's going to be kind of hard too, because the way I have this here, I have to set this up for a loop first, and then once I set it up for the loop, then I can do the thing of the multiple room deals. So maybe potentially doing no, I didn't think thought about that. Although it wouldn't necessarily be a its own phase though, because once I get done with the layout tool, if I'm not done with this, I can go back here and fix these, right? And then I'll actually be reducing the number of locations here. Anyways, let's just get to it, right? Okay. So I'm not doing anything on paper right now. I'm not doing anything extra. I'll be doing it when I actually try to do the process of what they're supposed to do, and I'll pick that deal as the deal. I'll actually have like both pages, like both story beats. So if it, I think it switches characters after Chester. So I'll just have to worry about like splitting up. I won't actually have to worry about getting to the next beat because right now, um, anyways, yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind too. When I'm jumping from character to character, I have to remember what the character was doing last, so that so it can still stay kind of congruent, right? So he takes to the skies, and then um, there's something that happens after, or whatever. Anyways, story should take care of that, I guess. Okay, so what I gotta ask myself is there anything like I can just say, Glint's not in his cave, and then I can go, when you go to Ember's cave, you can say he calls out and no response, and he calls out a couple more times. Um, Maybe he raps on the floor to her cave entrance, so he doesn't still go in, and determining that she's not there, um, he decides to then go to check out Shade's cave, and then Shade's cave will be like he'll go in there and oh no, Shade's not in there, so like he must be somewhere else. Okay, um, but maybe I want to do something. Um, okay, so the deal about trying to break them out of the spell, he won't be able to break them out of the spell. He's gonna try. He's gonna try using uh some shiny objects because they like shiny objects, and then he's gonna try like breathing fire on them, try to knock them out of enchantment, and that's not gonna work. In fact, that doesn't work in the story. Although in the future, I might have a deal where it could work because at some point he's going to need to recruit dragons to help him in the battle. And presumably there's still bad dragons though, because uh, Crooktooth is bad. He's still a bad guy. and they have to actually fight against him. So maybe when I get to the puzzle stage, maybe it'll be like it'll be a puzzle. The puzzle will be to be able to uh, take dispel him. You know, get rid of the spell. Anyway, so that's not really important right now. Right now is okay. What do I do? What do I do in each of the caves? Right. I know what I can do in Ember's cave already, but what about Glint's cave? What do I do in Glint's cave? And oh yeah, so I was gonna say shiny objects. So we um all dragons like shiny objects, kind of like crows, right? So we're gonna do that kind of thing. But it's just the type of shiny object. So let's see. Let's think of a couple of different shiny objects that you could do. I do wonder if I should not put this in my notes somewhere though. It's just gonna exist in the game. Um, and so yeah, I don't know. Okay, so Glint and Shade, and maybe they're maybe their names have more to do with their personality of what they like, right? So what different things you can have all kinds of jewels that can be shiny. So shiny jewels, uh, and then you can have shiny coins, and then you can have, let's say, armor. That's the only other thing that I could think of that's that's actually a good thing for the let's do something here. Let's go to Grok. Uh, just layout. This is the layout tool. This is has to do with the process. Okay, so I'm gonna talk story to this conversation, even though it's about the process. Um, I'm today is Thursday, the 26th. Um, right now I'm thinking I'm trying to come up with different types of shiny objects that dragons could like. Uh, in real life, pros like picking up shiny objects. Um, so, I suppose that's in real life, crows like picking up shiny objects. I suppose that informed like dragon lore, where they also like shiny objects. The three I've come up with so far are jewels, gems, um, coins, and uh, armor. Can you think of Amor is Mour, right? Okay. Think of any other types of shiny objects that dragons might covet. Let's see what it comes up with. This is the power of AI right here, though. just I'm thinking of things, and I want a list of stuff now. I'm not as well read in fantasy as somebody else might be, a fantasy geek or a nerd or whatever you want to call them, a fantasy enthusiast, right? Um, so I've read few fantasy novels compared to some other people. So I don't know all the things that I don't know all the different backgrounds for dragons. Maybe it'd be good to actually go through the Dungeons and Dragons stuff because maybe a lot of really what we think of because okay, so a lot of it came off of Lord of the Rings, right? When when the original creators of Dungeons and Dragons, they were thinking the same thing. They were thinking about stuff that they've read in Lord of the Rings and probably other stuff. I'm sure there's lots of different inspirations for whatever eventually came to be Dungeons and Dragons. But I bet because of them continuously making different books, different different games, different things for role playing games, that there's probably a lot of good lore that I could probably read a lot of the Dungeons and Dragons like classic monster books and different whatever scenarios and different things. I even if I've never played it, I could probably read that and get some of my ideas off of it. Okay. Uh, Brainstorm shiny objects. Like Chester might covet, inspired by crow-like behavior, collecting shiny items. Jewels, gems, coins, and armor. Suggest a few more types of shiny items fit dragon lore vibe, keeping it concise and relevant. Okay. Mirrors or polished glass. Reflective surfaces catch like ornate mirrors or crystal clear glass orbs. And dragons might hoard it for the dazzling sparkle or to admire their own scales. Okay. Metallic weapons. That would go along with the armor. So armor and weapons would actually be the same kind of deal. Swords, spears, arrowheads, gleaming blades, value for their okay. Crystal artifacts, flex, brass imbued with magic. Gold and silver trinkets, small items like goblets, candelabras, or jewelry. Uh, prize for the detailed metalwork and luster. Polished shells of pearls. Shimmering seashells or oversized pearls from rivers or oceans, offering naturally iridescent shine that dragons might collect from exact locales. Enchanted relics. Yeah, sure. A dragon's cave might contain a pile of polished shells. Player finds glints shell hoard in a tunnel, or a glowing crystal artifact. Choices could involve interacting with objects. That's fine. I'm just asking about. Okay. Um. Yeah. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's what I should do. Recent. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and uh working on the caves of. I'll probably have an official deal for the process when I go from scratch when I go the next ones. But this is just I'm just gonna do a brief thing here. Caves of Dragonmount. Three of Chester's friends. Ember, his girlfriend. Okay, so he has a girlfriend already. Okay, that's fine. Glint and Shade. Uh, they're under enchantment, and at this point, Chester doesn't know what happened to them, so he's exploring their caves, looking up shiny objects. See, list of shiny objects dragons might want. Uh, you know, coins. What? Why is it double space in this thing? Pre-formatted text. Okay, let's clear formatting. Uh, clear format. There we go. Okay. Shadows might want coins. Jewels, gems, armor, metal, weapons. Um, metal jewelry. Pearls. What else was in here? Yeah. Let's see. Uh, metal jewelry. Pearls. I get to say metallic objects. Metallic objects that are not armor or weapons. Pearls. Well, I mean, I kind of leave it like that. Honestly, there's not a lot. Maybe Shade likes the armor and weapons. So maybe Glint. Glint will do the coins, and I'll go ahead and let Ember. I was gonna let Ember's deal be diamonds, right? Diamonds, girl's best friend, that kind of thing. But we're gonna maybe I'll make pearls. Maybe Ember has this large mountain of pearls in her cave. So we'll kind of do that here. Let's go ahead and save. And um, okay, so let's go back to this. Okay, so Glint, I'm gonna say he's gonna have tons of coins, right? Basically treasure chests full of coins. He really loves coins. He really loves gold coins, right? Um, uh, walking into Glint's cave, Chester notices the piles of old coins strewn about. Glint is nowhere to be found. All right. So he decides to uh, check out the two other and decides to check out to search for the two other friends. If you wish to call out Ember in front of her cave, you wish to go to Shave's cave. Okay. So we're gonna go to Ember. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go to Ember's Cave now. Actually, okay, let's go ahead and do the thing here. Uh, we're gonna go ahead and put Glimpse Cave copy. We're gonna go to find Glint here, and we're gonna paste this. And I don't really want to spend too much time, but I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can word this slightly different. Let's see. As he enters Glint's home, Chester notices piles of gold. Notices all the piles of gold. All the piles and piles of gold. Let's see. Glint. Glint is not here. So he decides to try Shade's Cave. Okay, and then we're gonna go over here, and we're gonna say inside Glint's Cave, Chester notices all the gold. Say all the gold. All the gold coins strewn about. Glint. Glint, nowhere to be found. Since Glint isn't here. Isn't here. He decides to take to the skies. If Glint isn't here, he decides to take to the skies to continue searching. It want to take the skies to, in order to continue the search. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we have two glints here, and then we're going to do the same thing here. Glint. Okay. Notice there's piles of gold. Piles of gold. We'll just say piles of gold. Glint. Glint nowhere to be found. Now Glint be found. It is nowhere to be found. So Chester finds see if member is home. Okay. Do that. So. Okay, because this one. Okay, then there's that, and then now we're in the last one here. And I'm just doing this. I'm just making them slightly different on purpose, just so that you have a different feel when you go through it. That's basically all I'm doing. Um, if I do the thing where I collapse it back and I put loops into it, you won't have this extra stuff. It'll just be one. It'll just be the one. And honestly, that's not really the way it would work either. Okay, so you go for, okay, so let's say you pick Glint. I guess it would be, do you wish to, no, I would still have to do, this still wouldn't collapse, would it? I mean, if you think about this for a sec, uh, well, if the loops are in there, that means you can infinitely go looping. You know, and what would it be? It'd be if you wish to go to the skies, you know, you go to the skies. If you wish to go search for a few other friends, maybe you go back. I never thought about that because I was thinking if I allowed loops, then maybe that's interesting. I didn't think about that. But nowhere to found and decides to search for the other two the for two other wait, where are we at? Okay. Glint is nowhere to found. And Glint is nowhere to found, so Chester decides to take another flight. To have another go. To take another flight to look for his friends. Okay. Okay, we're gonna save this here and we're gonna save room data. That's the one thing I haven't thought of anyways. Let me go back into Grok. Okay. Another thing I've been thinking of, and this is in the realm of and this is tangentially related to the layout tool, although I won't be discussing that in this conversation. The tool is about loops. I figured if I allow looping, then I can reduce the number of pages. Only only there's a problem with that, which is potentially he could leave to go to the skies almost when he landed at the caves without checking any of them, because I would have to add that option considering if looping were in place. That means you check out a room and then go back to the hub, so to speak, to either check out another room or to take flight. So you might only explore one or two of the rooms before going back to flight. If I want the player to check all three rooms, I need all of those pages in order to do this, which means I wouldn't have reduced anything at all. I'm not actually discussing the layout tool, I'm just telling Grok that I'm thinking about this thing here. Saying you're working on loops that require a hub entrance where Chester would choose to check out another room or fly to the skies potentially. On the player skip checking all three friends' rooms, only exploring one or two before leaving. To ensure the player checks all three friends, you still need all the pages in your current structure. Being loops wouldn't reduce the page count. This is tangentially related to layout tool. Focus on games design here. Got it. I'm ready to dive in. What do you think about this problem with loops? Yeah, and it would even like when I have the deal of where Hubert picks his assistant, he picks his helper, and he's got a choice between Harry, John, and Daniel, and eventually you pick Daniel, right? Well, this is still doing the same thing. If you pick Daniel first off, you don't pick the other two, then that's the right one. So you're not looking at those other ones anyways, which is fine. In this case, the idea is I want him to explore all three rooms because there's information there, and also just because I'm trying to add some choices. What do you think about this problem with loops? And actually, what I did with the choice thing is that well, you could still potentially just choose the one. Like you could choose John, and then you wouldn't be looking at the other two characters. If you did look at the other two characters, then you'd be going with the other characters. In other words, they have a thing where you're exploring all three of them. all three of the choices. And what I could have done is I could have made, well, see, then you wouldn't have the third choice. You still need the three choices. You still need the path to do that. Oh, it's a lot of stuff here. Let's see what Grok says here. I was trying to give it to, see, I don't know. There's got to be a way of telling it to keep the text down as much as possible. Even when I'm asking for advice, I'm asking what it thinks or what it comes up with. Now, obviously, it has to come up with something because that's the nature of an LLM, right? So it's not really thinking, but at the same time, it might have a process and go, well, you could do loops like this, but you'd have to, you'd have to decide that's what you want to do. Or no, there's a way you could do it. Um, One way you could do it is you could make sure that there aren't actual choices. In other words, if I did the thing with John, where you pick John, and I might leave it or I might change it, but if I wanted him to pick both Daniel and Harry, um, I might have it to where you pick John and say you like John, and John might be the one that you go with, but you want to check the other two out. And so instead of just ending up going to the same John page, I'd have a separate going to each of the other two pages, and eventually saying, "Well, I've decided on John," and that's the way I could do it to where you wouldn't be able to skip looking at the other ones. So I'm not really sure what the best way to go about this is. You know, um, on the one hand, I might want you to look at Daniel and Harry because Daniel and Harry are kind of more or less like jokes or puns or whatever you want to say it, and to get the full breadth of the story, um, might be to actually go through both Daniel and Harry on purpose. You know. So, anyways, let's see what it says. Skipping some friends' rooms and defeat your goal to ensure all three are checked. It means loops won't actually reduce the page count. I'll analyze the implication of loops and suggest ways to address the issue with aligning with your goal. Okay. Current structure. It should just players check all three friends' rooms before reaching the skies, as each branch forces progression through all friends. Using the hub, i.e. entrance, where players return after each friend's room back to the entrance to adds fly to the skies option at the hub. This allows players to exit early after checking, bypassing your requirement to check all three friends to enforce checking all three need additional pages or conditions, negating the page reduction benefit. Without loops, you'd have 15 pages. With loops, you might reduce sub caves, final caves by reusing the hub by adding fly to the skies early requires extra checks. Well, actually, it would actually really would reduce the amount of pages I have. I have the three pages for each of the rooms, and then I have one flight of the skies. Now, and the one flight of the skies, the hub would go to flight of the skies, which means you left without without checking in the rooms. It might be a thing where it has an additional page that says you well that wouldn't be that anyways because it would not know because I don't have a save state. I don't have a save system. But yeah. Anyways, with loops, page count issues without loops. You have 15 pages. Loops you might reduce pros of loops. Fewer pages potentially. Player freedom loops give the players choice in the order of rooms, which feel more dynamic. Cons of loops: early exit risk, implementation complexity, no page reduction. So it goes and ensure there are a few ways to handle loops while keeping your current 15-page guarantees players visit all three rooms, right? Trade-off: no page reductions, predictable, ensures your narrative goal. Um, yeah, and potentially I can, like I said, I modified the text in each of Glint's rooms so that it doesn't feel like it's the exact same thing. You won't know that unless you decide to go through it again. No page reduction. Okay, loops with a lock mechanism, but lock flat. Yeah, but I can't lock it without a system. Hybrid approach, partial loops, specific order ABC before unlocking skies. Yeah, it's like I was saying, you have three. Um, no, that's not work. Okay. Um, current pages. Um, so I can't do any sort of locking or anything because there's no mechanism for doing so. No save state system or anything, which is the case if you read a print choose your own adventure book. This rules. Come on, quit doing that. I kind of wish, before I was like, I like watching it go and then I could read it, but it does it too fast. It doesn't do it slow enough for me to read, and so I would rather it doesn't actually move down unless, I manually do it. Okay, because your game lacks a save state system or variable similar to print choose, this rules out loop solutions requiring tracking, like lock mechanisms. There's no way to store which rooms Chester has visited. You're still exploring loops to reduce 15 pages. Um, without a save state tracking mechanism, you can't dynamically lock choices. Okay. And so I could actually do a thing where off of the three choices, you don't have choices. In other words, um, you go to glint, and then there's ember, and then there's shade. And so I might give you three choices like glint, ember, and shades, and then you go to glint, and then it says you decide next to go to embers, and then you decide next to go to shades, and then you decide to go to the skies. And so that could potentially reduce it from 15 down to like 9, right? Because now I don't have the choices. A hub. Two approaches. Let's see. Linear structure. Yeah. Sort of critical entrance. Guarantees your goal. No coding complexity. No page reduction. Fixed room order. Uh, well, potentially I could just go directly from the deal to the skies, I guess. You know, do you wish to go here? Or do you wish to go to the skies or whatever? Yeah. Um, Tying the shiny object. I don't care about the tying the shiny objects. This is the thing. I ask it something, and even though I don't mind it being still in the conversation, still in the thing, I didn't ask it to tie it back into the shiny objects. It doesn't matter. Shiny objects doesn't matter except for when I'm talking about shiny objects. And in order to not have bunches of millions of different conversations, I like to somehow keep separate deals into it. Linear structure is easier. Um, so if uh, there was a hub, then, and honestly, well, actually, the Flight of the Skies doesn't need a hub. Okay. Um, I would have 4 pages, 3 friends, rooms, and then one. Um, have 4 options, 3 rooms, and then going to the skies directly without exploring the rooms. The each room, each dragon cave could have one link back to the hub or a link back to the hub and taking to the skies. At least, or two, a link back to the skies. So I could potentially make it so you have to explore at least one cave before going to the skies. So the skies doesn't need to be in the hub page. But you could, with it in the hub page, you could leave without exploring any, but without it in the hub, you could have it explore at least one. So, so if I want to make sure the player goes through all 3, then I would have to have all 15 pages like I do now. And you can note it, you've noted that including flight of the skies in the hub allows the player to leave without exploring any rooms, which you don't want. Requiring at least 1 room exploration. Okay. Okay. Portrait. Okay. Requiring at least 1 room exploration before skies is better, but to ensure that all 3 friends are checked, you still need the full 50 pages. Loops don't reduce the page count without sacrificing your goal. This allows you to print, choose your own style, adventure style, no save state tracking, and 80 hub with 4 choices. Friend rooms each has 1 choice. Back to the hub, return to entrance, or 2 choices. Loop back to the hub, fly to the skies. If fly to the skies in the hub, the player can skip all rooms. If it's only in friend rooms, not the hub, players must visit at least 1 room, but could still skip the others. Page count: 1 hub, 3 friend rooms, 4 pages plus skies, 5 total. 1 hub, 3 friend rooms, 2 choices, 5 pages. But players could miss friends, breaking your goal. No tracking. Your current linear structure checks your okay. To guarantee all 3, you need the full 15 pages. You're spot on. Structure avoids these issues. Lines will be partially implemented. Stick to linear structure. Explore loops for flying pages. Complete current pages. Miniature. I guess I could. I guess you could have an end. How's it going? Uh, well, I couldn't do it that way. So if you loop back to the hub without any ways of getting to the skies, then you don't get to the skies at all. It's just a loop, and you're stuck. So in order to have a flight to the skies, do the 2 things to require, and then you could still skip. You could skip all 3. You could skip 1, or you could skip 2 rooms. Uh, if you just have the skies option in the hub page. Okay. The only other option without a loop to reduce the number of pages is simply not to let you have extra choices after your initial choice. So that's 3 3 choices, but instead of letting you choose the order in each room, it would be 1 and 1. So initial 3 pages, 3. Okay. So okay. I think 1, 2, 3, and that was 6 and 6 and 12. 12 and 3 is 15. So excluding the hub page entrance to the caves. Currently is 3 choices, 3 rooms, and then each room has 2 remaining choices, 6 rooms, and finally each of the 6 choices, each of the 6 rooms would have 1 option left, which is not technically an option if you don't have any other options, but which is the total of 15 pages. If I do not give you the second level choice, then it's 3 rooms, which each leads to a single room, which is another 3. And then the final room, which is also another 3. That's reducing 15 down to 9, not including the hub page itself and the resultant sky page here. I think my math is right. Could be wrong. Here, exploring alternative. You propose removing the second level of choices to create simpler linear structure. Reducing the page count from 15 to 9, excluding the hub and skies, 11 with them. This eliminates player choice in room order after initial decision, but ensures all 3 friends are checked. Got it? And honestly, I might almost should do it that way. As I might should almost eliminate as much extra choice as I can, even if I'm still allowing choice, because without any of the choices, you don't really have a game at all. In other words, it's just a linear thing, right? So if I don't allow at least a dual choice, at least 2, a choice between 2 options, then it'll feel even less interactive. Page reduction. It's perfectly no tracking as each page links to a 15th page. Fewer pages means less node setup. To partially implement pages view just existing firm rooms to have 1 choice. Trade-offs. Reduce pages guarantees all friends are checked. Simple to implement. Lines. Less player agency. Your proposed structure. Okay. Flying pages. Okay, I got it. And actually, if you want to include hub and skies pages, that's 17. That's 15 plus 2, or 9 plus 2. So the proper relation is 15 to 9 or 17 to 11. College. Does this sound correct? I'll leave it like that. Give it a little question. Does it sound correct? Right? Structure 15 pages. 6 sub caves, 6 final caves, small skies. Your post structure removing second level choices, 9 plus 2, 11 pages. 1 entrance, 3 friend rooms, 3 sub rooms, 3 final rooms, plus 1 skies. The reductions correctly stated is 15 to 9 core pages, or 17 to 11, including sub, which aligns with your print. Okay, got it. Architecture remain consistent. Fit your OD. Okay, next steps. Okay, this also so the question really becomes how much perceived agency do I want? When I was working on some earlier pages where the wizard Hubert was searching for some outside help, well, say he was looking for an assistant. I had 3 choices: Daniel, John, and Harry. John is what you want to ultimately go with. Ultimately go with. And if you choose John from the start, then you don't explore Harry or Daniel. If you do, then you can also skip one or the other. If you choose Daniel on your second, you choose John on the second time. I don't think I really paid attention to this. So if I want the player to be able to experience the full thing, I would need to make it a bit more complex than I have it. It would represent itself 15 pages. 15 more pages, just like this set of pages do. Do I want? That being said, also another aspect is that this is not a real CYA game, because with that I'd have multiple endings. Some may be bad, some may be good, some might be neutral. I would have to do extra writing which I don't have a problem with. I shouldn't say in theory, but maybe if a full CYOA game was what my original, what my um, was the end goal. Granted, full endings could translate into a fully interactive text parser or point and click adventure game. But considering my goal is not to punish someone for making the wrong move, and to also present a narrative, even if you have agency in how you solve puzzles. That's why I'm going with this, which is more or less still a narrative like a regular book, but is able to give you slightly different experiences if you change the order you explore, change the order you make decisions. In other words, I even tell anybody that's happens to be listening. I don't know if anybody's in here, but or if you're listening on the stream. So there's not a problem with making a full choose your own adventure game. Full choose your own adventure game means I have multiple endings. At least I have at least one good ending. I have at least one bad ending. Because the idea is to encourage replay. In other words, have you go and reread it in order to get to a better ending or a different ending. I could do that, but that's extra work more than my end result is, and it's already taking long enough. So if I do that, and then I do the next things, and I eventually want to remove, dead ends and things of this nature, then it's significantly more work. I'm not afraid of the work. It's not It's not the thing. The thing is how fast do I want to finish this game, and what are my ultimate intentions for it? I mean, I might should do that, but like I said, it's gonna take this. This is even gonna take longer because this is still I give you some extra choices. Ultimately, the narrative still plays out the way it plays out. But if I have to add like deaths and bad ends and being stuck and stuff, where you have to start over, then now you're even adding even more complexity to it. So I don't know. There's got to be a trade-off, right? So either I mean I could do it. I could, like I said, it could still translate the endings to the fully interactive version because you used to be able to die all the time and get stuck all the time in old text adventures, and a lot of the Sierra games you could die a lot in Sierra games, and that's why the Secret of Monkey Island actually kind of made fun of it. There's the one point where Guybrush is at a cliff and somehow he goes over the edge, and then it pops up the fake death screen, death dialogue box. It says you really screwed up now, blah blah blah. I forget exactly what the exact text is. It's almost like Space Quest did it for funny effect. They actually had some kind of corny pun or joke tied to Roger Wilco's death, and then you have to restore from the save point. But LucasArts So they didn't want to punish the player for making a wrong move. In fact, the whole purpose of adventure games is to kind of explore. You know, it's not an RPG. In RPG, you have fighting in a lot of cases, and you have stats and skills, and so you expect to die in that. But in an adventure game, you want to encourage exploration because that's the chief purpose of an adventure game, right? Um, I mean, it's to present a narrative to you, but at the same time, you're supposed to be able to explore it, and so that's kind of a chief motivator. So if you're making people die and discouraging them from exploring, from trying different things that may or may not work, then they might not like your game, and it'll get frustrating, and it'll be frustrating like Sierra's was. When King's Quest 6 rolled around, they had cleaned that up way considerably. You could die. You could, in fact, yeah, but you could still die, and you could still, but you couldn't be stuck. There wasn't a dead end in it that I remember. I don't remember any actual dead ends where you'd have to literally just restart from a save point. And you did die occasionally, but it was much harder to die. It wasn't just like you just die willy nilly, you know. You have an idea. There's one part where you're supposed to get into this past this gate, and there's a kind of it's kind of like almost like a security system, although it's not really a security system. I think it's the bad guy. Um, but there's this little like cherub on with a bow and arrow on top of the entrance. These pillars on the entrance gate, and if you go past the gate, if you didn't solve a certain puzzle, then you would die. But you could always tell that you would die because it follows you and it shows you getting ready to kill you, and so you couldn't just accidentally get killed. You know, you'd have to actually do some things to actually require that. So Sierra actually eventually pretty much cleaned up as much as they could. You know, I mean, if you're gonna have death scenes in the game, better well make it meaningful, maybe, and not hard to continue where you were. You know, if you're good in the early games, if you're really diligent and you had a ton of save games, you could potentially go back not very far, depending on where you saved, and you know, you could restore it, but that still was a pain in the butt. So, anyways, let's see. Thanks for the deep. I understand you're grappling with the question of perceived player agency in your structure, especially particularly 15 room cave section. You reflected on previous section with the wizard Hubert choosing an assistant. When picking John, early lets players skip down your hair, resulting in fewer pages but less exploration. You know, in that full exploration, like checking all three friends, you need 15 core pages as in your current structure. You also clarified that this isn't a traditional choose your own adventure with multiple endings, because your goal isn't a full choose your own adventure with punitive choices or complex branching. Instead, you want a linear narrative with look like Phil, offering slight variations through player choice in the order of actions, while ensuring all key elements are experienced without extra writing for multiple endings. This aligns with your workflow. Blah blah blah. Let's unpack perceived your design goals, narrative focus, cohesive book-like story where players experience all key story beats without missing content. Um, Limited agency. Choose the order of expiration for slight variations, but ensure all friends are checked. No punishment. Avoid wrong choices leading to bad endings, keeping the experience forgiving. Minimize writing. Avoid extra writing for complex branches or endings. Yeah, whatever. It's still talking about the ADHD thing, and I just meant a point of context. I didn't mean it as um, driving my design of the game here. Page count, preferably okay. Minimize writing. Here it's structured three choices. Choosing John early skips Daniel Harry, reducing pages but letting players miss content. Full exploration requires more pages, like the cave section. Players could skip Daniel Harry, which you didn't focus on at the time, but now see as eliminating full narrative experience. Sure, all content you need to structure that forces full exploration. Current cave, agency, proposed cave structure, agency trade-offs, more agency requires more pages in writing. Less agency still ensures full exploration, reduces pages, simplifies writing. Hubert's issue: allowing early exits reduces pages but missing content, which you want to avoid for the cave section. Traditional choose-your-own adventures have multiple endings with punitive choices. Your game is a narrative-driven choose-your-own adventure with single correct ending. Order choices for variety, no bad endings. Given your goal, I recommend the 11-page structure. Ensures all 3 friends are checked, reduces pages, limited agency, feels dynamic enough without needing multiple endings. Comparison to Hubert's section. Unlike Hubert's section where Picky John skips content, the 11-page structure guarantees full exploration. Applying the process. Except this being said, I'm probably going to stick with the full version, but I'll probably have ample I don't know what word I'm looking for. Probably have plenty of chances to consider this. I might just do the reduced version next time to keep the amount of decisions varied. Ultimately, whenever you have 3 choices of this nature, then this will always be the amount. But I can reduce as much as I want. So, and let me see something here. How many pages? Let's do something here. Right? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right? 15. This, okay, that's not the one I'm looking for. This is the one I'm looking for. Walks over the giant crystal ball, starts to peer into it. 3 choices, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right now I have 6. Wait. We're not including the central one. So right now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's actually 5 pages. The original thing with Hubert picking 3 characters meant I have about 5 pages. It keeps things varied a bit. The Hubert choice tree includes 5 pages, not including the base hub page. This one is 15, and if I do the reduction version, it would be 11. So, in order to keep it varied, I know I'm almost just wasting time now because I could have finished those two other rooms, and I might still do that here in just a second. I might still do that even after my break because just because I was going to do that and I used this chatting here to actually take up my time. And I guess I should do that less, right? If I do that less, it'll be a little bit more boring. The stream itself will be a little bit more boring because it'll just be me working, and even if I talk through it, but it means that I can get this game done quicker. Uh, Keyword section. The choice starting point always leads to 15. Unless reduced, you like the flexibility to adjust the page counts for a variety. This fits your narrative. Confirmation of your plan. Cave section. Okay, I've got all I need right now. I'm almost done with the cave exploration part now. And I take my break in about 4 minutes. Okay. I'm saying you're nearly done with the cave exploration part. But, okay, so let's go back in here. Like I said, I got 4 minutes. And let's see. Let's go back over here. So we went to Glint's cave. Okay, I'm gonna start with the base cave and then fill in the other ones afterwards. So let's go to Ember's cave now, and he's just gonna call out a couple times, and Chester being the dragon decides not to invade Ember's privacy. And instead decides to call out to her. When he receives a response, he raps loudly on the wall of the cave entrance. Concluding she's probably not around, Chester decides to check out Glint and Shade's homes. Okay. So let's go ahead and copy this. Control C. Let's go up to here. Let's go over here to Ember right here. I'm gonna paste this. Being a gentleman dragon doesn't invades privacy. and instead decides to call to her. After not receiving a response, he raps loudly. On the, we'll just say cave entrance directly. Cave entrance. Chester decides she's probably not around and proceeds to check out Glint and Shade's homes. Check out Shade's home. Let's go ahead and copy that. Control C. And let's go over here. Control V. Being the is won't enter numbers. Boom. He tries to call out to her instead. Not receiving a response. Perhaps lovely on the cave entrance. When she still doesn't answer, decides to go back to the skies. Okay. Now, okay. Okay, that's that. Let's, and then these are the other two Ember deals. So okay, I am going to go ahead and save this and save room data, and then I will go ahead and okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go on my break. I'm a little bit late now. Of course, that means I'll be coming back late by, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. We'll see. And I'll see you on the other side of the break. There's my sound. Awesome. And luckily you can't see down here. I spilled coffee on myself. I know I didn't have to even say it, but I'm just like annoying me. Someone annoys me, I say stuff. Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. Finish Ember's caves here. And I guess I don't have to say anything about Ember's cave because about what she likes as far as shinies go. I mean I could figure something out later. We'll see. I don't know if we'll need to. Um, this is a big amount of pages and it's going to be really big, so I don't know. Going in and then going over it over and over again to make sure everything is cool. That's going to be kind of tedious when I actually get done with it, which is not going to be for a while. But whatever. Whatevs. Ember's Cave. Let's go ahead and paste. So it doesn't invade. I'll have to is doesn't to home and ups but obstacle out to her to call out to her. You're not hearing anything. Rep slowly on the cave entrance. Tester then decides she's probably not around. Proceeds to check out cave. Glimpse. Cave. Okay. Copy. Let's go to this one. Paste. We're just going to say just that he doesn't want to fade for space and helps to call out to her. He doesn't. When he doesn't hear anything. He doesn't hear anything, you're up slowly. Transceiver cable. Tester then decides, realizes, we'll say realizes, and it's the only one we'll say realizes she's not around. And leaves further search guys. Okay, that'll be the room data. Oh, interesting. Glint, Shades Cave. I see. Yeah, Shades Cave, Glint Cave. Okay, I get it. Um, so Shades. So let's say Shade. Okay. Okay, wait. Glint, Ember, Shade. Inside Shades Cave. Let me go look something up here. Actually, I should say back like that. Okay. Let's go. See, define gallery. A roofed promenade, especially when standing along a wall of a building and supported by arches or columns on the outer side. A long enclosed passage, such as a hallway or corridor. Narrow balcony, usually having a railing or balustrade along the outside of a building. We're gonna call it Shades. We're gonna say Shade has a gallery. We're gonna say at the one end of his. Inside Shade's cave. So let's do this like this. Get back. Shade's cave is a gallery where he's carefully arranged various suits of armor and a vast array of jewelry. Chester listens for Jade's usual snoring, as he's usually sleeping in the front, but then and after not hearing anything, looks inside and notices he's not there. Chester decides to check out the other two caves. Okay. Control C. So let's go ahead and go up to here. And we're going to go to here and okay. Let's just, we'll kind of put this, Chester listens for shades of unusual snoring as he's usually sleeping in the front of his cave. And after not hearing anything, looks inside and notices empty. Except for the gallery back, where there are various suits of armor and weaponry. Decides to enter his room on out to her in the front of her cave. In front of her cave. How about that? In front. Not the front. In front of her cave. Chester listens for shades of unusual snoring as he's usually sleeping in the front of his cave. And after not hearing anything, looks inside and notices it's empty except for the gallery at the back, where there are various suits of armor and weaponry. Chester decides to check to see if Ember is home by calling her out to her in front of her cave. Okay, we're going to copy that. Okay, and then this one. And we're going to do this, paste. As he likes to sleep. Peeks his head, he pokes his head in. And notices it's empty except for the shades gallery. Which houses various suits of armor and weaponry. The back of his cave. Chester then realizes nobody's home and takes disguise. Take disguise. Okay. Okay. And then other shades deals. Okay. supposed to be working on the layout tool, but that's okay right now. We'll get this done, and then I will play it a little bit just to see if after hearing nothing. Pokes his head in and notices it's empty. Which house raises in it. And goes to examine that. Okay. Copy. Shade is usually snoring in the front of his cave. Guarding gallery and the houses, various suits of armor and pieces. Okay. After hearing nothing, Chester pokes his head in and notices that it's empty. And then the sea takes to the skies here, right? Leaves. Skies. Search some more. Okay. So, if I'm right here, Glint's Cave, Jester, Embers, Glint, Shade, Glint. Ember, Shade, Ember. Okay. All right. Now, the Caves of Dragonmount. Okay, let's run the game. Okay, so this is the original. Somewhere in the kingdom lands of the ancient caves of Dragonmount. Chester walks around the cave system trying to find. Then he leaves, flies around while looking some more. Okay, so this is the actual thing here. Chester lands at the base of Dragonmount, a vast mountain range with an elaborate cave system underneath. In an attempt to locate three of his friends, he goes into the caves. Hit 1 if you wish to enter Glint's cave. Hit 2 if you wish to call out to Ember in front of her cave. Hit 3 if you wish to examine Shade's cave. So, if I say 2, Chester, being the gentlemanly dragon, decides not to invade Ember's privacy and instead decides to call out to her. When he receives no response, he raps loudly on the wall at the cave entrance. Concluding she's probably not around, Chester decides to check out Glint and Shade's homes. Let's check out Shade. Chester listens for Shade snoring, and after hearing nothing, pokes his head in and notices it's empty except for Shade's gallery in the back, which has various suits of armor and weaponry. Chester then realizes nobody's home and goes in to examine Glint's home. It went to examine Glint's cave. Okay. Inside Glint's cave, Chester notices all the gold coins strewn about. Since Glint isn't here, he decides to take to the sky. Search, hit 1 to continue. Okay. And then this is the next deal. Okay. So 0 to quit. Okay. I could look at all these. Okay. So, we got that done. All right. So that's good. And let's go ahead and, right? Okay. I don't know what that is. Lock. I don't know what this lock thing is. Oh. Let's close that. Okay. Let's build out some rooms. Commit. Push. Okay, let's switch to LT, which is nothing, and let's go ahead and sing quit to, let's see, project, quit to project list. And let's go to layout tool edition. This has an old layout and everything. I'll have to copy the rooms over when I'm done. But that's not really important right now. Okay. So now I have to go back and sort of, oh, that's not it. No, this is it. Um, okay, so let's go back to the, okay, I decided for sure on how to handle door nodes and such. You haven't ever been exploring options like twine side conversions, so click to expand edits. Drag and drop versus two-click connections, even blenders cross-tolerant style. Yes, I'm still mulling it over. Um, a stupid tag. I don't care about that. I don't care about this. Freebies. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Just working on the game. Trying to decide how to set up handle the door nodes visually. Trying to decide whether or not I should allow line crossing and how to allow connections between rooms. So, would you call what I'm doing to visualize connections technically graphing? I don't know if that's technically graphing it. Between rooms, nodes, or boxes qualifies as graphing. It's a graph in the computer science sense. Rooms as nodes, doors, connections as edges. Your twine-inspired setup with side convergence fits this. I'm not sure I'm doing the twine method, other than I think it will make sure the room panels themselves draw over top of the lines. Probably setting Z order or something. Are there any other apps, packages that provide the same thing as Twine that we haven't mentioned yet? Ink. Choice script. A language. Raconteur. Um, I'm not so interested in their inner workings as much as how they display the runes, pages, nodes. No built-in visual editor, it's text-based. The tools like Inky provide a simple node graph with boxes for each knot story section. Inky. No native visual display, script-driven. Some pairs with external tools like flowchart.net or manual node and line diagrams or choices. And displays pages, hyperlink text, and a web-like interface, no graphical node layout. Raconteur. We'll try Raconteur. A storyteller, especially a person noted for telling stories with skill and wit. Uh, that's not it. We call because I can't do a search without it coming up with the actual definition. And there's a magazine or something of that nature with name. Oh, and oh, oh, Doom is underlying engine for av type games and reckon it's used as a visual editor for that. DS version. Batteries included. And it's probably perhaps the most versatile system for writing hypertext interactive fiction. Unfortunately, it's also the hardest to use. Racketeer aims to change that. It's designed so you only need to care about complexity you're going to use when you're going to use it. Comes with most everything you need to get started. Prefigured. Get some screenshots. No. Hmm. NPM. Node.js. That's kind of interesting. I was looking at I watched a video about this new Gemini CLI thing, which I guess allows you to use Gemini um, for free on your computer or whatever locally, even though it does actually go to the Gemini servers. I mean, if you're free, it's going to train on your data, but it's supposed to be a kind of a new tool that they created so that you can use it right on your system. And then the what the video said is that you need like npm, and then you probably need node.js, and so apparently it's Raconteur actually needs npm to install. What is, I know npm. Why do it's an installer or something, right? Documentation about software registry. I think um what was that, open nl, or can't remember now. It's anyways, I think I used npm in the past to install some stuff. It might have been for something JavaScript related. Remember now. It doesn't look like this is hmm, doesn't look like Raconteur is a visual anything. It claims to um, simplify using Undum to create um, a is an visual editor. It's a wrapper library that simplifies writing Undum based interactive fiction through an API. It's more about streamlining the process than providing let's see. Let's try. I'm gonna try Inky. I looked at Ink when I was looking for what to use for my game. Inky. That's not it. Inkle's narrative scripting language. Ink, a narrative scripting language for games. Okay. The language markup, not programming. Text comes first. Code and logic are inserted, but then content has been written for our own games. Narrative engine designed to slot into a game engine. Open source. Inky, Inky, and the Ink Unity integration plugin are freely available under the MIT license. That's cool. Okay, that's that. That's not really. Okay, so Inky is not. Okay, let's see something here. Let's look up Inkle. Uh, Inkle like that. Hmm. It really just means looking at how to. Hmm, about two cameras, game developers pass from storytelling, visual design, uh, visual design and programming. Uh, so entertainment, G artist, technical director. Okay, I'm not really interested in. Store. Oh, I see. Facts. Okay, fine. Okay. Visual editor for. Uh, I'm probably saying that wrong. Um, let's check this out. Uh, what is? Oh, okay. Oh, hey, Rook. I didn't notice you in here. It's almost time for me to go. Let's see. Getting started with ink. So this is, yeah, this is not an visual editor. I guess I don't know. Maybe I should be looking for like a graph editor or something. I'm trying to figure out. Uh, I'm trying to figure out how to how I should handle node connections between rooms. So your doors. My thought is sort of like I have it on the other project, which is basically my previous project with the editor map and everything, where the doors are on the bottom, the inbound links are on the top, and since I'm redoing how everything draws, I'm considering changing how I do that. Twine usually has a spot, a single like a center spot that all the lines converge on. So that one wouldn't help you to be able to select specific doors, specific um, connections. So I'm still thinking about maybe putting kind of doing a slot like method, sort of like the way Blender handles nodes, where you have these deals down here. So you'd have like 9 of them, and they would be inactive, which means there wouldn't be any doors there until you made a connection, and you do that by clicking, dragging, and then letting go. And that would be in the tool because right now this is just in the editor here, and the editor I'd still do it the same old way where I'd allow you to modify the door specs and then have it create the connections for you. But still, as far as the visuals go, there'll be like 9 of these. There'll be gray boxes until you make a connection, and what you'll do is you click, drag to a different room, and then it will automatically connect the first one up to the first one up in here, and it will be like a color. So it'll be like it'll look slightly different than the way it currently does. So I'm still trying to explore different ways of displaying um, node tree, I guess. Node tree display. Oh, let's go to images. Let's see here. Actually, most of these node tree deals are horizontal. What do you call? Let's see. Most node trees show up as horizontal in searches. So what do you call a top-down node tree? Vertical. I mean, vertical. Most node trees that I look up in a search display horizontally. What do you call a node tree that's displayed vertically, i.e. from the top down of the screen or page and going downward? Vertical node tree or top-down node tree, specific context. Let's see. Vertical. Nope. It's not in here. that what we call it? Vertical node tree or something else, because the images that pop up are horizontal. Commonly referred to using various terminology, tree view. Online view, expandable collection, nested list. Vertical node tree. Well, that shows up. Okay, when I put display, then it doesn't show it. And actually, Twine just does it everywhere. So, interesting. You know, I could have made sure and kept all my choices to two at a time. In other words, no more than two. Sometimes you need to pick three, or sometimes you need to pick four, or whatever. Depends on. Hmm, interesting. Flowchart. Flowchart. This is actually a typical flowchart, though. This is like a. And honestly, if you look at this correctly, this is a up, down, left, and right, right? So each door would be like that. Interesting. Hmm, interesting. Hmm. Of course, yeah, Twine allows you to do it all over the place. So you could do it as a center, and you could do it to like different. It's kind of interesting. Hmm. Because I could have eh, C 3:30. I should be done now. But I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes here because I need to come up with something. I manually place rooms now, but it always looks like a tree top down. You're leaning the vertical tree. Line doesn't allow you to select specific links to other pages, correct? IRC, you type in the name of the room or node using square brackets, and it makes the link to it. Am I right or not? Mostly right. You don't select specific links to other pages via visual interface. Create links by typing the target passage name in double square brackets. Right, right. How to generate a link passage name to go to room 2, or creates it if it doesn't exist. You can also use display text target passage for custom text. It's text driven, not point and click for links. Yeah, that's right. That's not that dissimilar to my method of creating doors with the door spec array. Except it's in the actual text. My engine doesn't parse anything, so it just displays text. So I have to create doors in another way. Just in different spots. Since your engine only displays text and doesn't parse, creating doors separately makes sense. You'll add it to streamline the process. Um, hmm. I essentially did a drag and drop where it would draw a line to the destination. When I dropped it, then it automatically aligns the existing door inbound position. Would this be as intuitive as slowly dragging them to a specific position? Dragging to a specific former saves effort, but might confuse users expecting precise control, especially if the alignment doesn't match their intent. Dragging to specific spot gives more freedom and visual feedback, which aligns better with intuitive design. Hmm. Hmm. The thing here is that choices are specific to So basically, you select an option by pressing a number key corresponding to that option. If you had to drag from the middle, had to drag from a room, but then connected it up to the first inbound slot to the left, no. If you, for instance, dragged a line from the first socket to the destination, but chose the fifth, middle, 9 options, then the door would use choice 5 in order to go there, which isn't very ideal for a player, which should only have to select. Isn't ideal for a player. Dragging from the first socket but linking to the fifth choice based on number key would mismatch the visual drag with the second selected option, breaking intuition. Players expect the drag target to match the choice. Maybe tie the drag endpoint to the specific choice's visual slot instead. Um, I could make sure that the only way to create a door is to drag it from the center of a room to anywhere inside the destination room, and then it would automatically draw a line from the first available slot to the destinations the same slot number on the destination. So this way they wouldn't expect to draw from a specific point to a specific point. It's just room to room. Room center anywhere in destination room, then auto drawing a line from the first available slot to the matching slot number keeps it intuitive. Players drag room to room, expecting a direct slot to slot link. It simplifies aligning expectations. That might be a good Um, Also, there's the issue of dragging the room around. So you need to then be in a door creation mode to be able to drag um, connections. So door creation mode to enable dragging connections while locking movement is a smart fix. Um, that might work. Another option is to treat doors slots as buttons, no dragging required. You simply, well, you still have to know the destination when you. Hmm, trying to think of the easiest approach. The other thing you could do is you could have a add door tool, which you click on it and then um, it tells you then it tells you to click on the room to add the door to, and then click on the destination. It seems like it's having a problem. That's interesting. Is it going to finish or is it going to? Yeah, I mean that might be okay. That might be how I would have to do it. Um, so would it automatically turn off door creation mode after you created a connection? Because that might work. I mean, you click on you turn the button, you drag from one room to another. It takes the available slot. It draws the line. Then it returns back to regular movement mode. What do you think? Well, that's what I was asking you for. Yeah, that's probably. I guess that's probably the best way to do it. And I could still visualize it the same way. I could still do the same thing. I have them on the deal. Um, and it would say, drag drag from. I'll be making it somewhat user friendly, not because I'm expecting somebody else to make stuff with it, but because I am going to release it to where you could if you want to. Hmm. Okay. So visualizing thoughts as grayed out boxes on the bottom for doors and on the top for inbounds. Um, that only light up when a connection is made and a line drawn. Is still a good idea, correct? So, even though I haven't got much done on the thing here, I mean, you can still make doors the old-fashioned way, which is what you'll have to do until I get like a camera and stuff. Um, I think that's what I'm gonna do, though. I think that's how I'm gonna handle it. So you're gonna see a box. You're gonna see 9 little boxes on the bottom and 9 little boxes on the top, and they'll be gray. And then you'll have a button in there that says "Add Door," right? Add connection. Probably say "Add connection." And then it'll tell you to click on a room, click and drag from one room to another, and then let go. And then it does that. It draws the connection. It uses the first available slot, so the first one would be 1, and then 2, and then 3, and on until 9. So if you only have 2 or 3, only the first two or three lines will be there. It automatically drops you back out so that you can then move rooms around again. I wonder why it's having such a problem. Okay, well this makes sense here. Anyways, that's okay. This gives me an idea. Anyways, of what I'm supposed to do. So, yeah. So now, it's about time for me to say goodbye, and to see you again tomorrow. I'm gonna do my recording here real quick. So give me a few seconds. Okay, today is Thursday, June 26, 2025, and today we did get something done. Okay, so the reason this is up is because I'm still working on the layout tool, but I haven't actually physically done anything. I've kind of decided that I'm gonna have like a door creation button that where you will you click drag from a room to another room, and then it will automatically make the connection there and light up the things. So even though I haven't actually physically done anything to the layout tool so far yet, I'm going to go ahead and show what I actually physically did, which was added to the new added rooms here. So quit to project list. Let's go back to this one. Or no, doggone it. I just came from there. Um, there we go. And this is what I did. I filled all these rooms in. So now these are all filled in. Okay. In fact, we can check that out by doing this. Switch room to 004 Caves of Dragonmount. Okay. This here up here at the top is the current card as it stood, and this is the actual thing here. Lands at Dragonmount, three of his friends. You go in there, two, one, okay, and then one. So basically, I added all these in here, and they all say something slightly different, even though they're the same setup. But the room is supposed to be the same. It's supposed to be the same thing, but just the text is a little bit flavored a little bit differently each time. So that's about what I did for today. Okay, that about does it. Thanks, Rook, for popping in, and thanks for anybody else that's watching or that has watched or will watch whatever. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.